今日會唔會直接打到爆機呢？ The Modern Storyteller Team 係幾得意嘅呢個遊戲，好好奇邊個構思成個嘢出嚟咯。有一個羅馬背景嘅一個點講一個咁樣冒險故事。其實羅馬背景嘅遊戲都好少見嘅，其實真係。我唔知點解咁少人整，即係好多人整羅馬背景嘅遊戲都係整啲 strategy 啊嗰類嘢，但係就基本上冇啲冒險類嘅遊戲，好奇怪。OK。應該會見到 Egyptian 嘅嘢啦，可能係有 Golden Egg。新嘅鎖匙係呢條。點解會入咗嚟呢度？冇 interaction 嘅，即係好似玩緊 Skyrim 咁，因為好似係 Skyrim 嚟噶嘛，其實。A friend of the philosopher 點解冇包住佢？點解唔包住佢？可能冇晒布啦佢。係咯，我諗冇晒布啦佢。始終個地底有冇少嘢？我冇數到有幾多條線喎？係咪11條線？就係掘咗嚟呢度。saving 呢個係一套 saving。咦？My God！冇箭嘅話係唔可以嚟呢度，冇箭嘅話嚟呢度會死。我呢度有箭俾你。Build to last， 咪真係埋葬用㗎啦，應該。Ascendant。係咯，呢啲係 Egyptian 嘅樣嚟。Thousands of years。死後世界當然係。當然係同人係冇關係嘅，會係有。 都係有啲喪屍咁嘅問題。From the other side， OK， 係有間房喺入面嘅。What now？ 係咪過唔到去㗎呢啲？我真係咩都睇唔到。冇喪屍。有第Egyptian。冇望我喎呢個人。有啲 tearing 嗰邊位，有啲 tearing， 啲 texture 撈唔晒。哇！咁鬼多水嘅地方行入去，你都想死啫？點解會設計成咁？因為死後世界嘅地底係可以隨便挖，好神奇地。木乃伊嚟㗎，好似俾啲布包住咗佢嘅身。又要打怪，又要打怪，開返個車下啦。係啊，係有動作元素嘅，所以呢個遊戲。點解有啲會喐，有啲唔喐咧？Build to last， 得三種 pattern 嘅啫，其實就睇有冇錢或者自然可以攞先。喐佢呢條呢個人，呢個係金像，引落去。我需要多啲箭。上到去，呢度上到去嘅。Alright. Anything here? 啊，好失望，有條路俾我行，但係冇嘢執，咪會咁。跳唔上到去。到底個 Golden Rule 係點解要咁做出嚟？ 仲有啲埃及嘅神像。呢個始終唔係啲 exploration game。希臘嘅裝束。呢個應該有 interaction。Anubis， 希臘嘅死神叫咩名？就唔係記嘅。The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Well. Alright. 搜索係有用。即係呢個規則已經係延續咗咁多千年。到底個神係咩神？個神唔係羅馬嘅神嚟。呢度應該冇 converse 嘅，因為呢度啲錢唔係羅馬啲錢，看唔到嘅。呢啲係好似木乃伊咁，可能係木乃伊。Alright， 唔使咁執着喺度，唔使咁執着探索晒全部嘢。Welcome to Dead to the Underworld。咁睇嚟啲人係知道呢度係 Underworld 嘅。啲埃及人。全部睇過，有。OK。咪上到去。哇！依個都係阿卡，咁你都睇得出，你都睇得出。用晒啲箭真係會死嘅喎，喺呢個地方，係卡關嘅直接。有少少好奇上面啲。What can I do here？ 哦，可以玩 Steve 嘅，所以冇箭都過到嘅其實。可以玩 Steve 嘅。Alright。邊個係死神啊？係咪 Anubis？ 攞定啲弓箭出嚟 ，save it。No interaction。 已經過咗埃及嘅時代啦嘛，羅馬帝國嗰陣。個問題係點解我一個現代人會嚟到羅馬帝國嘅地下世界咧？我就 save 咗啦。
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
咁簡單。Lord of Silence. Osiris.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
好有趣咯，我覺得呢個概念喺度，我喺度探索緊呢個地獄或者死後世界嘅人，唔同文化嘅人點樣互動，好有趣啊！我覺得呢個概念，真係我諗一啲人，我諗好多人都會諗過呢啲咁嘅奇思妙想嘅嘢，啲 shower thought 咁嘅嘢，但係將呢個概念整成個遊戲，真係好鬼少見。
I am glad to hear it. Which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here? I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
我想喺正面同你講嘢。What the fuck？
You again. What is it now? This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there. Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
死！我諗緊有好多個地方係睇起嚟有少少恐怖嘅。呢個 Rupius 同 Sentila 個問題我都未解決。Malleolus 係咯，有幾樣嘢我都未解決，其實可以解決嗰啲嘢先。喺度，我唔係好想喺上面跑翻落嚟，所以我應該而家做，應該打嘅嘢同宮殿差唔多。呢個係咩神？個 curtain。睇嚟啲埃及人知道呢度係死有神界。我諗有啲人係有自己死嗰陣個記憶，即係好似 Kabash 咁。咁呢個神係用佢哋，即係用嗰個死者嗰個熟悉嗰個形象出現喺佢哋面前。我唔知點解會 Karen 咯，會係我諗主角係一個現代嘅羅馬人，跟住佢即係佢熟悉嘅神話就會係羅馬嘅神。Alright, here we go.
You are still here.
呢個係咩嚟嘅？呢個係埃及再做一個世代。喂，俾我睇下喂。睇唔到啊喂。呢個人直頭係接受咗，有少少似猶太人佢哋個樣，或者可能蘇美人嚟嘅，我覺得。哦，蘇美人嚟嘅，蘇美人嚟嘅。乜嘢啊？埃及人梗係知道蘇美人啦，埃及人點會唔知蘇美人？不過埃及同蘇美基本上係同時代出現嘅，冇理由蘇美嘅人出現喺度先。OK， Bird Headless， 點解同 Rufius 有關係？Saving， 全部都一模一樣呢堆嘢。佢裝束似蘇美人，所以就猶太人都好古老。我敵人。 過唔到去直頭。點有鐵閘嘅？乜銅嚟㗎呢堆？Barricade 可以對抗呢個 Golden 可能係得嘅，用呢個對抗 Golden。你點樣對抗？你作為死人，你點樣對抗呢個死後世界嘅神？冇得對抗。大嘅呢個地方。Well, you say so。哇，點解係英文嚟嘅？Namkuzu。There go。過唔到去。Some kind of trap。我而家 save 咗㗎啦，你。哎！啲水係咪升高㗎？所以個波喺嗰度飛出嚟。點解死後世界都可以有呢啲致命嘅陷阱嘅？黐撚線！黐撚線！ How do you die in the underworld？ 個陷阱係點發射出嚟嘅？理解唔到。 好，好 ，I'm stuck。OK。全部人個樣都差唔多樣，都係一個 model，都係一個 model。有個煲帶嗰度，有點發射出嚟嘅到底？呢啲鐵閘好似好現代咯，好鬼現代咯依家。我覺得唔係好似蘇美人整嘅，呢堆釘又係，呢堆係金屬嚟噶嘛，青銅都做到嘅，但係嗰度閘真係好鬼現代。哇！你埋喺度都可以喐個頭。I just need to be quick.難怪呢度唔俾行啦。Pressure plate.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names? Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Well， 我淨係想知我幾時可以閂翻入個車啊！乜啲蘇美人咁鬼現代嘅？佢條頸鏈，你唔同我講係蘇美人，我真係覺得係現代人。佢個裝束同埋佢個頸鏈，完全冇第二啲文化個感覺，好鬼西方，好鬼現代同好鬼西方。咩神嚟㗎呢個？成個普通人像嘅。Some kind of trap， 我咪都係要避開呢嚿嘢。Well， 哇 Limbo Dot freebooters 喂，頂，我未查完啊，頂，係咪會停啊
You again. What is it now? Of course, as the Romans say, may fortune smile on you.
OK， 浸晒咯，咁就算啦。死後世界探險記完成。又出返嚟。All right， 沿路走喎，真係。Where is the fourth plague? 吓 ？Oh my god！ 我咪冇執到啊！我覺得游水可以游返上嚟，有機會。Oh no！ 真找到嘅。Oh my god！ 哇！美油喎嗰度。嘅潛水神人，簡直係喺度，都游得切，係唔會卡關嘅。Fine。就有3個啦。出返去，咁樣 Kabasri 咁有興趣咁樣走到你嘅地方。
Ah, you've returned.
想唔想聽下啲嘢
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
我覺得應該有多啲 interaction。應該今日係完結嘅啦。我喺度逗留咗咁耐。Very interesting。呢個地洞都夠晒深，點解可以掘得咁深？呢啲石頭嚟嘅，唔係泥嚟嘅。佢哋點解冇任何道具嘅情況之下掘得咁鬼深？連個氣氛都變埋。Look this on their way past。應該天黑啦，咁又。What next？應該去試，我真係唔知點救 UPS 咯。我可以用2000蚊，但係我唔可以試咁多次。我試咗 Claudia 先。而家我唔知個時間去到邊。
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's. A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? beg your pardon? Oh my, that is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. May Fortuna guide you.
冇新情報竟然。試咗 Claudia 先，仲有邊個下水道我未去，但係唔想去咁多個，唔想去咁多個地方。
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Safe.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had quite enough of this. Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed. Do I need to call Demetrius? Get out. I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? I think a better question. I have... The date... Finally! This is outrageous. Why are you still here? Finally!
Safe. 呢度有2000幾蚊。
Why are you still here? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware, and getting it won't be easy. So you'll help me? Thank you. Here's the letter.
Okay.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
What?
He's... Oh no, that's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
I can always get out of the call.佢又唔俾我答第二種嘢。呢個有咩用啊？呢個係我第一個 copy 嚟嘅。
What? No. You tricked me. You mendacious little stirkers.
What tricked you?
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths.
所以 curse 係冇影響 curse 唔會 break
Do
golden，
I need to call Domitius? Get out!
curse 係唔會 break golden。Fine。Thanks。但係嗰封刺下嗰封信係唔俾，所以我都唔係好明。
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? Are you insane? You barge into my villa, uninvited, and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
呢個應該係直接 break golden rule. I'm going to kill you.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what, one of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
佢個表情變得好犀利。
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
咁就可以救 UPS 啦，咁就可以完成 Sentinel 嗰個問題啦。
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
忍者天黑㗎，但係天黑都唔會有 election，所以應該冇事。
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
有冇人聽佢講嘢到底 ？By nightfall 就係天下啦。可以睇一次 Sentius 自動當選。下個週末先算。
Citizen, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand, I must have been. Is that about? I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now, I assume... Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
我睇一次 Sentius 自動當選，我救 Rupius 先。
That's quite an impressive bow you have there, just like Diana's. Ave again. Did you find what you need? Well, Malleolus has withdrawn for some unknown reason, so unless somebody else is nominated by the end of the day, Sentius will win by default. Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish. Certainly. See you again soon, I hope.
Well, no, you get. 有冇跳到樓喎 ？Rupius 係唔使俾錢嘅，唔使俾2000蚊，只要完成咗馬里奧勒斯邊個任務。喂！頂又救唔到佢。Alright。Assistant 呢邊點搞先？冇咩方法入去睇嚟。都冇射箭，都冇可以射嘅地方。我諗太遲啦，呢度佢已經跳起咗。我諗最簡單嘅方法係跳。我已經跳咗。唉，咁而家點呢？
What now? He's not here. Dunno. The little Caput murderer escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own. Won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Tavia 去咗邊呢？又
Arve. Arve again. Did you find what you need? Well, Malleolus has with... Why do you... You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Well, I wouldn't describe impatience as a good reason exactly. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away. Citizens, I have an announcement.
即管睇睇啊，會發生咩事呢？點解會有咁多火、咁多樹俾佢哋燒？唔係好明。好似冇入過嚟呢度，有入過啩？應該。Sentius 已經企定喺度。係男人先可以嚟呢個地方。
Malleolus has withdrawn from the election. Since no challenger has been nominated, Sextus Sentius Imperiosus will remain your magistrate for another term.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in the election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
No!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
好鬼快手啊 Sentius。唉，好鬼多人要救而家。 呢個 time loop 係點做出嚟嘅？其實
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. All right, got it. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
係咪可以攞多一個煲嘅？因為條屍應該喺度。
What? Are you? You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Thank you。新嘅一日做咩好咧？我想去攞個煲，其實佢跑得快過我好多，睇嚟我追唔追到佢啊
Ixion turns. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
我想攞啲箭，其實永遠都係160到170蚊嘅，呢個正常嘅，唔係隨機嘅數目。好鬼搞笑，真係實時發生緊嘅嗰啲事。真係實時發生緊。
I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much.
Can't stay. Places to be.
我以為即刻觸發晒嘅啲事件，佢真係跑緊去。我觀察下佢做乜嘢先。下一步去邊？做咩？佢唔走啊？
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
佢一日之內解決咗咁多事，就令到佢可以算得上 magistrate。有個 group， 我咪俾埋條鎖匙佢。
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor.
He knows Malleolus' real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
問題係 OPS 係咪度？Where are you running to？ 我右手邊啊！直接係我想同佢講嘢。
Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Iulia immediately.
我想自己去救佢。
Citizen.
A golden bull,
Iulia.
just like Apollo
I'm so
and
glad
Diana.
you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back. And we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Ulpius。佢哋嘅 natural environment 喺邊度咧？其實
Welcome.
Salve. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. All right. Goodbye.
揾翻 Centilla 先。所以 ，yeah， 第一次見到你。
Shalom, friend. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Transtiberin, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me, and that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Maybe you don't. I feel it in my bones. Galerius. He saved my life. I have a feeling he can do a lot more if given the chance. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Really? I was sure he was hiding something in there. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere. First, the only... I remember hearing... Alright, friend. Thanks for the chat. Shalom.
呢個係咩猶太人嘅 猶太人嘅問候語啊。
All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
差唔多完嘅咯喎，呢個遊戲。我唔知係咪咯嚇。我諗戰係夠嘅，雖然我一直攞多啲。Safe。
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise. You're toying with me, right? Wait. You're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. You just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Safe. 成第一種。Looks better. Thank you. Let's 收集下啲箭啦，嚟到呢度。
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in. Salve again. Now, what's on your mind? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. He did? Oh. That was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
我覺得有幾個角色係可以順帶 ，Equitia 啦 ，Galerius 啦，係咯，仲有邊個 ？Georgius 都得嘅。我要補給啲字，我諗喺度係得。我有啲好奇 ，Octavius 喺邊？ What's next?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Shalom. Galerius. He saved my life. I have a feeling he can do a lot more if given the chance. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
應該都係而家就 Sentius 為主咯。但 Galerius 幫咗唔少人，但可能幫嘅係女人，所以就唔算數。仲喺度咯佢。
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. We're finally alone. I must... Is that... You broke it. Why in Pluto's name would you do that? Well, it seems you failed spectacularly. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Horatius 好明顯就投翻 Sentius 啦。人呢？你可能唔投入去，你可能走入嚟搞局。
What now? Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Tavia 喺呢度。因為係尼祿嘅年代，所以對啲基督徒好唔友好。我諗佢哋都估唔到300年之後。
What is it, citizen? Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. All right? Welcome to my humble store.
咁查下啲人會投邊個先。
Greetings, I'm Georgios. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabian? The man is a hero. But of course. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Nice. 每個人都塞啲金像喺自己個屋企度。咁你哋係唔關事。問佢哋投咩人？ Polo.
Oh, shiny.
有冇用㗎呢個？
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it? Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here. Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii? Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about. All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Well, how do I know I can trust you? I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me.
可以啊，可以攞佢啲錢，笑人死。你都係 saving。Alright， 好似冇問佢投邊個人，唉算。
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Don't even talk to me.
Fail.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Galerius, definitely. He put an end to the notes and graffiti I've been receiving. All right. Nice to talk to you.
好似冇問題啊咁。個個人都投 Galerius。Rufus 喺邊啊？我點揾佢啊？ Where are you?
Name's Rufus, but I'll watch your step. Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man. Fine. See you around.
仲有邊啲男人呢？貧民區好似全部都係女人嚟。仲有啲咩人？係咯，好似冇乜幾個人整。個個人都投 Galerius 啦，而家。
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
可能會即死，睇一睇啦。可能即死。
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
我諗唔會即死嘅，因為 Galerius 續先可以攞到 Dooley 嗰條鎖匙，應該唔係即死嘅。應該會走，都有機會走嚟搞局。Domitius 都有機會走嚟搞局。
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It's been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
冇事。我諗 Domitius 只係會針對 Sentius。Magistrate Galerius， 你會唔會換衫？我睇下呢度發生咩事。
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley.
Salve.
Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer? Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust. Oh, thank you. Here's the key. I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
攞晒啲嘢食，係唔可以放你走嘅定？啊！又唔可以選 Galerius， 點解會咁？ Rip。總之一開始選舉就支持。
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? All right then. I'll get out of your way.
Dooley 果然一出嚟就搞事，我都估到佢又會出事啊！
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you?
我都估到佢會出事嘅。去邊好？呢個係咩嚟嘅？唔知邊個寫嘅呢個？
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh no.
I am delighted and deeply honored to have... Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Are you insane? Why? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule. How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome. Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
Load。最後個 save 有冇成？有冇壞速度咧？佢好似彈咗視窗出嚟話有啲問題。我唔知係邊個 save， 應該唔係嗰套 save。
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been... Why? Are you going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
咁可以自己去救，可以自己去救 OPS。好啊！ 真係會嬲。喺死後世界再死一次，邊度咁多嘢俾你掘啊？呢度係唔係一座山嚟嘅呢度？Saving.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night, contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from but long hours of menial if you like. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
係咪應該救咗？我咪應該救咗 Julius？
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord.
佢唔俾個 quick load 喎。
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it, it isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Pray for poor Ulpius. Alright. 我可以去救咗佢先，我可以救咗 Julia 先。好遠啊！最簡單係邊條路？可唔可以？呢條可唔可以用？ 條路去邊？
Unless any new
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Ah, look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
至少係知道救到佢，係見到佢企喺嗰度，好遠啊，好遠啊，好遠啊，好遠啊！誒，冇見到呢堆嘢。明白 sorry。
Isn't this temple imposing? Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night, contemplating. I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. What? Are you messing with me? We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. Ah. And there it is. All right. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. Nothing. And this is exactly why I kept our relationship a secret. I knew nobody would understand. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard I wasn't allowed out. And that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the... And then she looked up and saw me. And from the moment she up... And so for weeks, we'd hold hands and talk. And then one morning, I woke up and... all I could do was keep my head down and try to... Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things... unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive. Somebody abducted her. I have... My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. I have no idea. I've never seen the inside of it, but I have a... Oh, I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
呢度可以飛落去 ，interesting。啊！之後落下水道啦。啊，咪 save 到，頂。我以為一定係跌落，一定係靜靜地向下跌。哎呀，呢個係最快落去嘅方法嚟。點解下面冇咗個窿嘅？哦，要 UPS 跳咗落去先可以用呢條路。Alright， 其實呢個城市都幾大，真。呢個城市唔細。
I hope you're taking care of yourself. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something? Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
攞多幾支箭先係。難怪咁多聲啦！喪屍。
Be careful who you trust.
幾廿隻喪屍啊！
Isn't the great temple majestic?
玩咗幾耐？2個鐘喎，今次我真係想一次完咗佢。
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Contrary little cap of murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which. I know what I saw, alright? But if you reckon you're more fearless than a gladiator, don't let me stop you going down there. Just see what happens. Good idea.
Whee! 又要打喪屍啦！我已經知道有咩怪物，不過可能都有機會唔係喪屍嘅。148支箭。Good luck to me！ 有燈嘅喎呢度，非常好。 喂，頂！使打呢堆嘢。4號先係金弓，3號係木弓。 Fine， 善者大把。Alright， 我諗呢度有箭可以攞嘅。好靚喎！其實呢個係真正石像嚟嘅。呢個係真正嘅石像嚟。 Inner Pendant。唔通呢個係 Santilla？ 你咧？冇 interaction 呢嚿嘢。Cave Beyond。因為呢個係都係啲喪屍嚟嘅，點解佢哋會食人嘅？唔係好明。有幾條路行喎而家，好似冇嘢。呢度應該係出口嚟。4號先啦，唔係3號。會攞錯嘢。呢個水庫好細啫，幾乎冇水。就係咁啦。跳唔跳到過去啊？勁！唔使鎖匙都入到嚟。呢條路係出口嚟。
You? Who are you? Did he send you? And you know you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Well, that's true.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please. You're making a mistake.
Wow, 冇晒啦，剩低呢啲隊。基本上冇一條路係容易啲走嘅呢度。
Salve.
你上去咪會同佢傾偈，咁不如聽下佢傾偈。我好似可以跳樓喎。係佢做嘅。
I hope you're coping.
會同佢有關係。 我以為佢走嚟同
I hope you're taking
我
care of yourself.
我以為佢走嚟同我 Tavia 傾偈。哇！差啲跌死。
Here
That's
is
quite an
proof
impressive
of a
bow you
degenerate
have there.
mind.
Just like Diana's.
What is it, citizen? All right.
問唔到 Santilla 嘅嘢添。
Are they? We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason. Of course, what is it? Why then did you say, it looks like you'll have... Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news. Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows. Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just promise me you won't give up on her. Thank you. Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too?
What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Sentilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just baseless speculation, then? I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself, and leave me alone to grieve, you barbarian.
Phil?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. What now? All right?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Of course. What is it? Yes? Why do you say that? Why in Pluto's name would you do that? The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule-breaker. He's been trying to enlist help with this for months. If you don't help him, then he's not a threat. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 7 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that? The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want? You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that, to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Well. Safe. 3係咪應該4嘅？4。
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want? Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
唔可以殺佢咩？
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
OK， 唔可以用金箭，要用木弓，唔可以用金弓。
Oh. Hi there. Getting a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered the local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
我哋依個世，我哋仲係一個，我哋仲係依個地方咁。
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here. A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ending 1.大製作嚟嘅喎，呢個遊戲都啱嘅，至少配音員都有一大堆啦。呢度係配音員，哇 ，Dooley 嘅配音員咁型嘅。Critia 嘅配音員估佢唔到，好似每個人同佢，好似每個人。好似每個角色個外表同佢配音員個外表都係差距好遠。 我睇下佢啲 achievement 有啲咩先。Reaching ending 1 of 4. Steal 2,000 coins after the golden rule is broken. 我應該攞咗㗎，應該攞咗4000蚊嘅。Live through time 10 times。未夠10次咩？我覺得已經好多次嘅咯。Confront the creator of the golden. Finish the game without looping through time once. 應該係一槍射死佢啦。點解係 Law Abiding Citizen？ Finish the best ending with the smallest number of loops. Talk your way through every possible confrontation. Lie 10 times. Seven hidden achievements. 好難估喎呢堆。好難估啊！提供其實全部 hidden achievement 我都係提供量嘅，除非我唔覺意解到嗰堆之類。好似冇一個遊戲我唔係提供量嘅。除非你唔覺意解到啫，如果唔係點做啫？啲 hidden achievement 冇可能做到嘅。有冇 continue 嘅？應該係企喺 Sentius 後面。 我係可以殺死佢，然後終止成個，又終止成個 cycle。係喺度。唉，試下一個。如果咁 continue 會點？係咪都係同一個地方？咁啊，完成唔到嗰個 Create Time Paradox。應該點做
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. 我根本就攞唔到嗰條鎖匙。
Salve.
Safe。削咗之後。係咪會喺嗰個？好似會喺我 inventory 消失。應該係蘇美魚。應該乜嘢裝飾都有，羅馬士兵，呢啲都係羅馬嘅，全部都係羅馬嘅。 點解冇其他年代啲人？我諗會改變個外觀咁樣。Hades 點解會變成埃及咧？點解你咁型？你個姿勢。咩年代呢度係蘇美？What the fuck？ 果然係現代。果然係現代，因為已經係現代啦嘛。點解會將我抌咗嚟一個羅馬時代嘅死後世界？What？ 太空船嚟㗎呢度。估你唔到，呢個係咩黑科技啊？將人變成咁。你下呢啲係楔形文字嚟嘅喎。Let's see， 冇見過你。你冇見過呢個人。你呢？人形嘅。
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Okay.
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story. One that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves. Your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished. But soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
All right.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful. Both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're... Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? Do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that.
有咩分別啊？第二、第三個選項，我有 draw golden bow, draw wooden bow。
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well.
仲可以繼續講。
Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. And answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait, what? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Chryseides's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that? Perhaps. But if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long? Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the way Jern Lee for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
水炮呢個咩地方嚟嘅？連神都打得贏嘅嘴炮，有咩地方嚟嘅？哦，冇咗個字，冇咗啲弓。呢度應該係我哋死嗰個地方嚟，我估。L 係我嘅同伴啦，咁睇。
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and went around solving the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, and so on. Then, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience, and the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Ending 4應該係呢個應該係好結局嚟嘅。Return to the Reef。現代嚟嘅喎喺度。Okay. 啲 Trapdoor Temple 都喺度。
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
見唔見到 Charon？喺邊度攞個錘出嚟？我諗都係啲探險者嚟，應該都有啲道具喺身。點解你話呢度係 Tiber？ 其實係 Styx 嚟嘅。我唔知係。我唔知羅馬點叫啦呢度。啊，你又喺度喎。
You're back, but you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Leia?
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
We're the last in existence.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Good end.哇，你個 texture 好差喎，咩嚟嘅？Ancient Roman, Greece, Ancient Egyptian, Reception Hall, Private Member Ring.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
下面嘅掣可以撳。呢個係希臘，應該係呢度去。蘇美、埃及都睇得出嘅佢嘅符號，希臘都睇得出嘅。羅馬同希臘真係冇咩分別，望落去。Hello。我都有諗佢會唔會整現代嘅景出嚟，係有整嘅博物館呢個景。Galerius， 喂。
Oh, there he is.
Underworld.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks. For freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Oh, hello.
There he is!
Hello, I'm Dooley.
It's you.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
應該係唐氏綜合症，佢隻耳仔咁大隻。
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now, and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing. Yeah, they're fun. Bye-bye.
Hey.
Evening.
Scooter.
It's good to see you again. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
你點喺1年嘅時間之內參到軍嘅？雖然你係讀緊軍校，都啱嘅。讀軍校係 OK， 我唔知佢會值點嚟嘅。Your girl?
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it.
Oh.
You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You're not wrong. And you. Farewell.
睇嚟只係會見到啲好人，唔會見到啲壞人。Cynthia 都喺度，現代3嘅 Cynthia。
Hi there. You certainly scrub up all right. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. Sorry I doubted you when you weren't willing to accept she was dead. You were absolutely right. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Alexa?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Hello.
Hi there.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
我唔明呢個字係咩嚟嘅？
Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met, and last I heard she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
雖然 Nigeria 嘅皇室可能都係有錢。
You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Long time no see. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
冇可能讀到啊！以你個知識，你連基礎啲科學知識都冇喎，我覺得有可能嘅，有可能呢個神力係俾到佢哋啲科學知識嘅，佢哋都講到英文啦，而家可能係有嘅。
You too, don't be a stranger.
即係就算有基礎嘅中學高中嘅知識，你都要讀起碼6至8年先做到醫生。掹啊 ，thanks。又冇咗個頭。
Oh, hello.
It's you.
Magnificent museum, is it not? Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. Ah, the poor sweet thing. Perished in a shrine collapse before the rest of us were saved. It is the one regret I have in all this.
要救咗佢先入去。Okay. Damn it.
My friend, there is no need for you to apologize. You have done more than enough.
咁唔通我要玩多一次呢部分？我要救埋佢喎，我要救埋佢喎。
You too, my friend.
全員生還，應該係阿 Shift 嚟嘅全員生還。What the hell？
Greetings.
你叫咩名
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
我諗 Karen 係俾咗鬼多錢佢哋，個個都生活得咁好。
Good evening.
You're here! It's so lovely to see you again. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. Watching you persuade Ulpius not to take his own life inspired me. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
應該同我最後一個周目族嘅人有關嘅呢度講啲嘢。咁如果我叫咗 Galerius 族嘅話，咁就唔會發生啦呢個。
Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Leave here.
Greetings.
Hello,
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. She still talks wistfully of you. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Some soiree, innit?
Yes.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
有啲似 Tony， 有啲似 Tony Stark 佢個樣。
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Print media is going to make a huge comeback. 邊個最可信？我講個最難以置信嘅，睇下佢反應係點先。
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
惡意買文，呢個製作組。Among other things.
What is up? It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
冇得睇依嚿嘢，咩嘅依嚿？完全唔明，某個神咯，總之。
Hello. It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
冇見過。
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets, full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too. If you're ever in the Netherlands, I'd be happy to show you around. It's the least I could do.
我就一直喺度估佢係邊個國家嘅人，估唔到。
We meet again. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. And I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision, but it was the right one. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
Good to see you under better circumstances than last time. I wanted to thank you for saving my life and getting us all out of there. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
肯定 Karen 俾咗好 Q 多錢呢批人。
You too.
咩嚟嘅呢嚿嘢？如果冇呢個阿 Archaeology 先細嘅話，係唔知係咩嚟。仲有咩人啊？好大啊！咁型嘅呢度嘅展覽。好真喎呢嚿嘢。你話俾我聽，我係睇緊張相，我都信。點解一個 3D model 可以整得咁真？同睇緊相係冇分別嘅喎，呢個。呢個同我喺大英博物館睇嘅幾乎一模一樣㗎。 Never know what this is for。係咪道具嚟㗎？係咪任務道具嚟㗎？究竟呢個係邊個嚟嘅？估佢唔到。呢嚿嘢喺邊度？好似喺個遊戲度都個主線度都見過呢嚿嘢，唔記得喺邊。我係市場門口嗰嚿。呢度啲嘢係咪啲羅馬人帶過嚟？唔係 Underworld 啲人帶過嚟，可能係啊。呢個係咩神嚟？Diana、Venus、Aphrodite， 做咩？呢個雙子。呢個雙子女神，呢個都係好鬼寫實㗎呢嚿嘢。現代21世紀，呢個2020年代嘅科技真係犀利。呢個係咩人嚟？
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal.
Okay.
After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again.
Paradise?
I imagine we all will. One day.
Maybe. Maybe.
And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
我可能唔記得喎。
Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
The canon ending。2、3一個係跟 Santilla 逃走啦，應該。另一個我唔知係咩。呢個係最好結局嚟，去挑戰 Pluto。好難揾喎個結局。由頭開始玩，可能仲簡單。仲有一個 ending 係邊個咧？應該係 Equitia 同我講嗰啲嘢嚟。可能係去 Pluto 嗰度失敗咗。同 Pluto 嘴炮嗰陣，可能有啲選項係去到另一個結局。好肯定 Santilla 係其中一個咯，其中一個結局。 Chinese 有 Chinese Crossing Star Studio， 估你唔到。呢個係咩？呢個係乜嘢字？同呢個 Pink Squid Killing 係有啲似，玩到呢度我覺得。喺度完啦，不如。